I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We now move on to item number 5, recognition. The powerlifting recognition, Coach Steven Salinas. Oh, sorry. We move on to item number 4, public participation. Do we have anyone who wishes to address the board?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hamilton?
Good afternoon, board. Okay. Because I'm sick. I'm here to address you about the insurance. I didn't plan on coming today. I've had lots of issues with the insurance. The previous insurance that we had with my son, it took about 4 months. I'm just very quiet today. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. I had lots of problems with my son's insurance, and it took us about 4 months to finally get him his insurance taken care of. I had to get him on a separate policy, and during that time, I was only able to refill his medication one time. It was a huge headache. I spent hours and hours and hours trying to get it fixed, but I was willing to do it. I understand that the district needed to save money, and I was willing to do it. Like I said, it took us about 4 months. We finally got it fixed. I watched Phil talk about, if you had issues, come to me. I went to him, but it was already too late because I had already gone with a different plan. And they did not administer that, so they couldn't do anything with it. But we, like I said, we got it taken care of. And so today, as you can tell, I am not feeling well. And so I went to the doctor, and there was another issue with the insurance. So they said, check your benefits. I checked my benefits. They are not what it is that I'm paying for. There's just a lot of issues. And so the bottom line that I just want to tell you is when we go with always the cheapest one, it's not always the best one. We end up paying for it some way down the line. And so I have spent countless and countless and countless hours trying to get this issue resolved with insurance. And it seems like it's a never-ending problem. And so I just want you to look at it. I am a Rama. I've been here 12 years. I want to finish out my career here at Rama Nation, and insurance was always something that we really, really, really loved here. There are 3 people in my household, and we have 3 different insurance policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Do we have anyone else who wishes to address the board? No? Now we move on to item 5A, powerlifting recognition. Mr. Salinas, Coach Stevens Salinas.
Good afternoon. Today, we would like to recognize Eric Kaysen for his outstanding accomplishment in powerlifting. Eric is a junior at H.M. King. He has shown tremendous dedication and growth throughout his athletic career. As a sophomore, he advanced to the regional meet and narrowly missed qualifying for the state competition by 1 lift. This year, Eric secured his ticket to the regional meet during only the second competition of the season. He has an impressive 990 pound total. He's 123 pounds. That's a lot of weight. At the regional meet, Eric did earn his spot at the UIL State Powerlifting Meet. He lifted for the regional for bench press. He matched the regional record for 295. We went to try to beat the regional record, to go for 300. They say he had a little lift on the back end a little bit. He had a little lift on the back end a little bit, but nonetheless, he's still qualified for state. Once at state, he achieved his personal records in both squat and in bench. He ended up bench pressing 305, and he ended up squatting 350. Eric is a quiet leader who lets his hard work speak for himself. He stays focused, avoids distractions, and represents Kingsville ISD with pride, discipline, and character. With the support of his family and teammates behind him, Eric is already preparing for his senior season with the goal of returning to state and standing on the podium. He is truly a great example of what it means to be a great athlete. He excels in school. He's a great kid and a great leader. So, thank you.
Thank you, Coach Salinas. We now move on to item number 6. Kingsville ISD Board of Trustees will conduct a workshop to discuss the following. Item 6A, interlocal agreement between Kingsville ISD and the City of Kingsville regarding catering services, Dr. Peter Pitts, Mr. Charlie Sosa, and Mr. Jamie Sanford. Items can be found on pages 4 through 16 of your board packet.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. In just a moment, I'm going to turn over the mic to our partners with the city. We are proposing an interlocal agreement to enter for paving services for the HMK parking lot. The way that works is they have already competitively procured services for paving for themselves, and we are allowed to enter an interlocal agreement instead of having to go through the entire bidding process. We, as another governmental entity, we are able to not only enter into an agreement with them, but then also take advantage of the volume discount, since they are an entity that has way more roads that need to be paved than we are. They will get a lower price for both the materials, the hot mix, and then also for the labor as well too. So they're going to talk a little bit about the plan. What you see in front of you is, can we pull that up? Let's pull up the map. So we have divided the back parking lot into 6 different sections there. Go to, yes, that one right there. And pull up, I would say B, pull up B. And if you can blow it up as big as it can go. So we're going to look at those 6 areas, and I'll have them go into a little bit more detail. But area number 1 is that strip right along the tennis courts and the ag building at the very back right there, the welding shop and so on. That is the most critical area. That's the one that really needs to be completely resurfaced. So they need to scrape it all down and put a new foundation on the bottom. If you look at area number 2, is, it's kind of a little bit hard to read, but area number 2 is in light blue in the bottom lower left corner. There are also some areas right there that, like if you Right before you get to the Fine Arts Building, there's a big hole right there that just keeps coming back as well too. So area 2 is probably the second most critical area, because not only does it have a big hole there where water pools and they can help with drainage, but also that's a high traffic area. People are driving through that area. So that's probably the second biggest priority. Bid number 3 is a little small area that's kind of currently grassy that they can make into more parking if the district so chooses. And then bids 4, 5, and 6, those are the actual parking lot, which is in better shape. The one that is used the most out of 4, 5, and 6 is bid 4. That is mainly where the student parking is, and where parking most is for events. Usually 5 and 6 is overflow, and where the band practice is there. So we broke it up into different, sections, because we only budgeted $400,000 for this project at the beginning of the year, so the board could see how much it would cost to do each of those sections. So let me introduce Charlie Sosa and Jamie Sanford as well, and they can talk a little bit more about what they have seen and give some information on this area.
Yes, sir. My name is Charlie Sosa. I'm the city manager for the city of Kingsville. On area 1, that's the area that really needs a full depth construction. Basically, we're going to go in there, Jamie will go in there and take out all the asphalt and the base up to about 6 to 8 inches, come back, put the limestone back into it, about 8 inches of limestone compacted, and then he'll come back and put a 2-inch overlay mix over the top of it. So with everything going perfectly, then you pass you another 15 to 20 years, because there's not much traffic in that area. It's just over the years of and there's a lot of water that ponds back there also. So he's gonna work on getting positive drainage to get that water off of that area so it doesn't pond. That's the reason it's failing, because the water gets underneath that asphalt and to the base, and you have all that base failure that's going on there. And that's also evident in section 2, where we're seeing it just rained, and all the water that's coming from the Bettis Pool comes and it goes out through there, then it goes to King Street. We need to do a positive swale to get that water to drain more to King Street, back to where the drainage is there. Because there is no drainage there on that area.
14.
On 14th Street, I'm sorry, not King Street. 14th Street, yes, sir. So those are the areas, and then that one area on number 3, that's where, as you're coming off that concrete pavement and it does go back into asphalt, you have that constant where it's hitting the pavement, it's moving the pavement, you have the braking of the cars and trucks and everything that stop and go, moves the pavement, it fails. That's a small area that needs to be also full depth construction. Like I said, those 3 areas are the most critical areas that need to be addressed. The rest of the bids 4, 5, and 6 is just a 2-inch overlay that they're going to put some tack oil and put a 2-inch overlay. Like I said, it'll give you another 15 years of life on that parking lot. But of course, everything you'll shoot elevations throughout the whole parking area to make sure we have positive drainage flowing away from the parking area, so the water doesn't pond anymore. And I'm here to entertain any questions.
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
What's your title, sir? I'm sorry.
I'm the city manager for the city of Kingsville. Yes, sir. And Jamie Stanford is a contractor that we procured about 3 years ago to do areas that are we do a lot of the paving ourselves, but he helps us out a lot for the city also. So he purchases when we purchase the material, he does the labor. And on this in agreement, it would be the same thing, where y'all are purchasing the material at the city's price.
So just to clarify, the city would not be making any money on this deal whatsoever. The city is basically an intermediary that we have an agreement with. We will pay the same price for the materials that the city pays, and the same price for labor that the city pays.
Is there any way to get a Brahma discount?
Yes, sir.
Have you already secured a price?
Yes, sir. We
You
can do
talked
our
about the price, so the
Yes,
price of oil
Yes, sir.
won't really,
No, this is the price that we give you, is the price that we have locked in with the oil and the asphalt. Yes, sir.
So in the board packet, you see the price for each of those. I guess they're individual bids, but the ones that are most critical right now are definitely bid 1, and for sure, I guess bid two is probably the next most critical. What is the underlying factor for bid three, Charlie?
It's also a full depth construction. They're gonna go in there and take out the asphalt and the base in that area.
So bids one, two, and three are the most critical right now, and you see the prices for each of them. We have budgeted $400,000 for the entire project this year. So as you can see, that would cover bids 1, 2, and 3. Would cover that, but it would not cover bids 4, 5, and 6.
Mr. Sanders, if for some reason we chose not to do like number 3, that's dig down and do the whole bit. That's what you're doing on 1, that's what you're doing on 2. If we came back later, we've kind of lost those economies of scale, haven't we? I mean, it's better to do those 3 at the same time.
Yes.
So, what is it? I can't find it anywhere. What's the timeline? When would you start and when would you finish?
Well, the timeline will be up to Jamie when y'all decide that y'all want to move forward with the project. And based on what projects you guys would like to address, he would give you a time frame of when the notice to proceed to his finishing product.
So if we were to do 3, let's say, for example, 1, 2, and 3, before the start of school,
If we do 1, 2, and 3, hopefully we get it done in 2 months.
2 months?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Weather permitting and, breakdowns and whatever, but that's the project. Yeah.
So we have discussed this, and if the board, it's in the special meeting tonight as an action item. If the board chooses to act tonight, we are pretty confident that it can be done before school starts.
4, 5, and 6 are just the overlay. So that would go a lot quicker. Do you think conceivably it could be done like over a break?
The 4, 5, and 6,
Yeah, or at least one of them.
well, at least one of them for sure. Yes. Yes.
4, 5, and 6, again, aren't in as nearly as bad a condition as the other ones currently, but it has been a while since we've addressed it. But again, that would put it as over budget that we don't have in the current budget.
So what was it for all projects? What was the total? Was it like a little over 900,000 or what was the number?
It's right around 740.
740.
Yes, sir.
So about 340,000 over what we allocated.
I think some of the concerns I have is just what assurance do we have that we're not gonna have this thing fall apart? Like we see our city sometimes, our streets, and that's not to knock down the city or anything, but we're seeing that. And we contracted Stanford 3 years ago, you said? Was it 3 years ago that we contracted?
Yes, sir. With the city for a period of 3 years ago on the contract.
And I guess, what projects have Mr. Sanford done? Because I see just the city guys out there working. So like, just so we know what we're getting for the money that we're investing in this project.
He's addressed 15th Street from Keene to Kennedy. He's addressed off of Wells Street from Corral to Avenue. Yeah, Deer. Yes, sir. Those are areas that were, that area over there on Wells Street, that was one of the worst ones that he addressed. So there's been, like I said, there's been several projects that he's done for the city. There's smaller projects, and the reason we use Jamie for the smaller projects is in order for us to move all our equipment and manpower to these small blocks. Right now, what we're doing is we're concentrating on longer strips of road than what we're doing. Because every time we move our equipment, it costs us money. So we concentrate on one area of town, and that's what we're doing. We concentrated over there on Lee Street from 14th all the way to 17th Street. And all that whole area there where St. Martin's at, we covered that whole area, a lot of it. And that's what we're doing. Right now, we're over here on Lott Street between 12th and 13th, and we're covering that area that needs to be addressed. And then we're just going to keep going and doing larger areas of portions of the town instead of doing 1 to 2 blocks and then moving to the other side of town and then coming back. And So we're gonna start doing that, and like the smaller areas that need to be addressed, that's where Jamie comes into play. He does 1 or 2 blocks for us that kind of keeps us going.
So I want to make sure I understand this. It's, city has a contract with Mr. Sanford. We're just basically piggybacking off the city's contract. The employees, the equipment will all be Sanford's equipment, not city's. So the city has no liability, no involvement, nothing to do with this project. It's really just going to be kind of a pass-through.
Yes.
I think if we're gonna go into a vote, I think Mr. Reese needs to abstain from voting because he's got his street redone.
Actually, I want to say thank you for, I've been on Main Street, you know, I'm 52 years old, I've never been touched, so I appreciate everything y'all did for us. So my cars appreciate you. No relation. Very good.
Mr. Sanford, share with us anything that could potentially go wrong or could be delayed other than the weather? What do you think based on your experience?
Yeah, just the weather should delay us and, yeah, hopefully get it done that time frame. I want to work for a year, but I'm not going anywhere. If anything happens to it, I'll be more than happy to go over and take care of it for you, even after a year.
Just fix it for us. Go that way.
Like I said, the main thing is gonna be the public drainage. Once you get the water off the pavement, you shouldn't have any issues.
We should be able to get it off there, going through the backside of the tennis courts and going back to the back street back there.
You remember Mr. Sanford, you attended 18K?
A couple of years ago.
I was not with you.
I was there when me and my dad still coded in 1976.
I live on the 500 block.
I've seen your work, and I appreciate it.
Thank
Several years ago, we had that thing going on at Memorial Middle School. However, we put it down, had to pick it all back up, and put it back down again because it wasn't done right. So I think you were consulting on that. So I know it's going to get done right.
So they will, again, not only fix the foundation, but they're also gonna fix the drainage so that we're not gonna have that issue moving forward.
Any other questions from the board?
Just, I think, Mr. President, that if you see while you're there, something else needs to be fixed, I think we need to look at that. Expense, but we could still spend a little bit more to fix the problem. You would be able to see that.
Yes, I will be able to.
We've been out there a couple of times already, but you're right, once you get into the project, you might see something else.
The only conflicts you could possibly have during the summer would be the tennis camp and band. And certainly they can all work around.
We are doing the tennis courts in the month of June, so that's gonna be part of an issue, but we think that we can work around that too. They might even be able to, if they coincide as far as time, even enter from Shelley's.
Any other questions from the board? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Wilson.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We now move on to item 6B, health insurance update. Dr. Pitts, Mr. Moran, and Mr. Phil Esquivel.
I'm Mr. Mormon and Mr. Esquivel, please come up to the podium. So this is an update on health insurance. We currently, as of June the 1st, we have moved to a new third-party administrator and a new health insurance network, but we have kept the same insurance premiums and plans I'm going to let, first of all, Peter Mormon talk a little bit about the changes that have happened and why they've happened. And then, of course, Mr. Esquivel will be able to give his insight as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate your opportunity to be here to speak with you all. As you probably know, I'm sure you all know, there's been issues with the insurance that came into effect on January 1 of this year. And ESC 100 has been working diligently with the business office, Ms. Galindo and Dr. Pitts, and the agents at Esquivel Insurance. And quite frankly, we reached a point where the lack of service and the inaccuracies and the doctors not recognizing that they were in the network became intolerable, and we couldn't live with it anymore. As obviously employees and the family members couldn't live with it either. So we did recommend this change. It's a mid-year change, which is very somewhat unusual in health insurance. And it comes with its own set of challenges. So we're working through a transitional phase that started on June 1st. But we made some substantial changes. Number one, the new third-party administration company, the company that processes the claims, is called Assured Benefits Administrators. They've been in business for 41 years out of El Paso, Texas originally, Texas born and bred. And they bring along with them the United Healthcare Choice Plus network. United Healthcare is the largest company in the United States, but certainly the largest insurance company. And we're confident that the doctors are going to recognize that they're in that network when they see the new ID cards come through. So we're in the middle of that stage right now. This is a little bit of information about the company itself. Assured is part of an international organization that spans like 5 different continents, but we're focused in this particular instance in the United States with third-party administration of major medical plans. So as Dr. Pitts mentioned, the plan of benefits is not changing. The rates aren't changing. That was an important consideration, obviously, of making any kind of change. The PBM remains the same. And there's obviously a lot of unpaid claims and claims that may have been processed incorrectly that we're committed to fixing. So that's going to be a little bit of a challenge, as I mentioned, but we are diligently working on making that happen. So we're working with Marpay. They're cooperating in terms of giving us data and claims, and we're hoping that they're going to cooperate and fix the outstanding issues for the old prior months before June 1st.
I have a couple of questions. PBM, can you give us the acronym?
Oh yeah, it's a pharmacy benefit manager. That's how people fill their medications. There's 2 parts of that program. One is locally at the retail drugstore, and then there's also a mail order component where people are able to get more expensive medications at less cost through the mail. And that keeps the plan cost down. One of the biggest drivers of cost increases, probably everybody knows, in health insurance these days are medications. You see them advertised on TV, and those are generally, it's shocking sometimes how much they actually cost a plan. Can run typically in the thousands of dollars a month. So any way that we can find to keep those costs down is the commitment that ESC 100 makes.
If you could dumb it down for those of us who, what exactly does a third-party administrator do?
A third-party administrator takes on the functions of an insurance company. Basically, we receive the claims, process them against the plan document, which is sort of the policy that is followed in terms of the plan paying the claims, as well as portions that are picked up by the employees. We offer customer service. When members have a problem, they can call in. There's a portal that they can access to pick up information. So it's really the function of what an insurance company would do. The other half is that the insurance company performs taking a risk and setting up rates, and that's what ESC 100 does in this case. So the combination of assured benefits in ESC 100 functions like an insurance company, like a Blue Cross.
And who was Mark Petty?
Mark is also a third-party administrator.
They're gone, and they've been replaced by the firm.
We unplug them and plug in assured benefits in that, in the administration.
And United Health.
Yes, we used to be on the Healthcare Highways Network, and now we are going to be on the United Healthcare.
So any questions that our people have, do they call you directly?
Well,
They need to talk to somebody because we're not an insurance company. Our business office is strictly business. So we should not be taking any of those calls here.
that's correct. The day-to-day calls should obviously go through to Assured and embarrass on the medications. We're blessed in this case, and the school district is blessed to have local representatives in the district and the agency that assist quite happily and readily and do a good job of that. So
Talking to the field is one thing, and knowing the insurance business, but as far as our people in this building, we're not insurance people. So answering questions, giving advice and stuff like that should not be coming out of this building. Unless it's going through him.
correct, that's correct.
So there's a lot of confusion. And I've got a million calls on that stuff going on, and we just need to cut it off. Just like we switched, we need to just stop. And our people need to know that that's gonna happen.
So couldn't agree more. And like I said, there's a transition that takes place. Part of it's in the doctor's office, having to recognize a change that they have to comply with. It's not easy under the best of circumstances. Members don't understand, but we're confident that the service is going to improve greatly. It was intolerable, quite frankly, with what the members are dealing with, and I apologize for that. With ESC 100 and trying to make it right from this point forward.
So I have a question, and I'm a little confused, maybe the question might sound confusing, but for example, Ms. Hamilton had a public comment earlier. And so she voiced a lot of frustration. We're switching to this new plan, but her benefits stay the same. We're just hoping that they're gonna get executed better, right? Is that basically it?
That's correct.
But nothing changes, nothing at all. Just hopefully the services are gonna be better.
Something did change. They gave in to injections, now they go ahead and brief them on the injections.
That's right. So that's right. So that had actually been something that should have happened starting January 1, but for whatever reason, there was some benefit levels that weren't being processed correctly. In doctor's office visits, when somebody goes in for an allergy injection or something like that, it's supposed to be covered as part of the copay that they pay at the doctor's office, and that wasn't happening. So that we're going to make sure that happens going forward. I think there was some issues with labs also, local, the fuss labs and so forth. There was a lot of issues with the way the claims were processed, and that I can guarantee you that that'll get fixed going forward.
I just have a comment. We all know this, that health insurance is very important. Our employees are very important, all employees, all staff. And I hope this gets corrected. I really, really do, because when you're dealing with your health, and if you're not feeling well, and then you have to deal with the insurance people, that just makes it worse on you. That shouldn't be happening. And I know it's nobody's fault, but just hopefully we can get it fixed, because, the employees need their health insurance without any type of, like Mr. Garcia said, frustration over needing to do what they need to do.
Yes, sir.
Just to let you know, we got Mrs. Hamilton on the radar he's taken care of, just to let y'all know that. Okay. And anyone that's having problems, do me a favor, give me a call. Because I'm able to keep track of it and keep him on it. And, you know, Sandy sends them to me and Pete sends them to me. And Erica's probably one of the best at problem solving. She can get it done. And so just feel free to call my office, give us the problem, give us the person, give us their number. We'll call them, we'll hold their hands, we'll run them through the process. Wherever we need Peter, he'll come and play. If we don't need him and we can educate them on their own, we'll do that. But we're there for you. You know, I mean, use us. You know, don't be afraid to call the number and we'll get right on it to help them.
When
So
did this
we're
go-
here to help.
When did this go into effect with this new change? June 1st?
June 1st.
It's already in place. The injection side, right? Okay, and the network and the third-party administrator are already in place as of June 1. Dr. Pitts, Peter, and Erica went out and did a little session to each school, and they came to give him the problems. He took the problems, and at the moment, he resolved it. So, I mean, just want y'all to know that we're reaching out right now. And then me and Sandy and Fitz will probably go back again to educate how to use the Global RX once we get all the networks in place. So anyone that needs help with that, we can educate them on that and hold their hand. Because I know that ain't easy. But you're talking about Ozempic that's running, you know, $1,000 on us when we had them fully insured, and this way would run $300 on the plan. But that's how we keep our costs low for the next 3 years. And but we're going to get it in place. I think it's just a matter of adjusting. I'm glad. I commend them for at least getting rid of Multi. I mean, and highway. Yeah, the other network we're using now with United, they'll be a lot more recognized. There'll be a bigger network, and probably people aren't going to have a problem. They can do it in Corpus, San Antonio, Austin, wherever they want to go. They're going to be able to go because United Healthcare is, you know, all over the place. So they're going to have a lot more options with that. And then this company's in the experience of paying their claims and getting them done. So you're not going to have the problems of the doctors being all pissed off because they're not getting paid. So they brought in someone that's going to do that job. So, I mean, all we got to do is now get it in place. Once we get it in place and it goes it'll probably take another 3 to 4 months. But once it's in place, like everything else, it's going to be easy going because we got the same contract for 3 years. You want to come back next year and tweak it a little bit? We can go back and amend it if y'all want. But right now, we got what we got. We got a new network. We got a new third-party administrator that has more experience and bigger networks. And I think with Sandy Pitts, myself, and Peter, after a while, it got to the point where, hey, something has to be done. And they did. So I give them credit for doing it. You know what I mean?
The professionalism of the staff has been exemplary, and quite frankly, I mean, we're hearing there's many legitimate complaints. They're all legitimate, and we weren't able to make it better under that our situation. So that's what wanted to change. And again, it's not easy to change in midstream. These administrative processes, healthcare is complicated. When I use my own plan, I have issues often at the doctor's office getting the right information or understanding it. I mean, I understand it's not easy, but we are committed to making it much better as soon as possible.
So when people need to go in for checkup, for example, x-rays, yearly, one call I got was a person being in the hospital for 5 days and zero paid out. And that's been within probably the last 25, 30 days. Are these people going to take care of that? And also, like I said, just the checkups, the injections, weekly injections, stuff like that, where they were having to pay the full amount to get it, or people will not pay $300 when they just walk in there and pay what pay. So I'm hoping that we fix all that, because we've been known for having a great insurance here in the past. And I don't want to lose people 10 or 50 miles down the road, 30 miles down the road, because we can't take care of. We're having a hell of a time now getting teachers, so we need to take care of our people.
I have another concern. I got a call. They called to the doctor. They received a call from the doctor that the insurance was not active. So
Yeah, this was yesterday. Yeah, there wasn't, like I said, the transition can be a little bit painful. There was a file that didn't get accepted by United Healthcare, and we heard about it very early yesterday morning from Dr. Pitts and Sandy, and we were able to make adjustments yesterday in order to get the doctors did have the ability to actually verify the benefits through a different route. And today, that file was picked up by United Healthcare successfully, and as of right now, they shouldn't have any problems. Tomorrow, there shouldn't have any problems at the doctor's office. And Sandy and I are going out tomorrow to meet with the main primary doctors in town, and we'll reiterate that and deal with with them at the same time and help educate them on how to verify the benefits and eligibility. But it has been corrected as of this afternoon.
A quick question. Appreciate you being here. Do you think we could have a follow-up? What would be a reasonable follow-up to see how everything goes? 30 days, 60 days, 90 days? What?
I would say 60 is probably the best time to do a follow-up, and then check every 30 days after that, obviously. Your business office stays on us daily, and so we're well aware of the problems. Like I said, it was frustrating in the past where we became aware of problems, but we had no means to get them fixed, and we're confident that now we're going to be able to get our hands around stuff and get it fixed. But yeah, 60 days is probably the best.
This change for TPA and network was communicated as well as we could. We had 7 different meetings. We went to every single campus, and we had meetings also for clerical staff and also for auxiliary staff as well. So we tried to let everybody know this change was coming. After we again first brought it to the school board, then we made sure that we let employees know, and we communicated through email as well as 7 personal meetings as well. The biggest changes employees are going to see is in the customer service part of it. So again, their benefits stay the same, but hopefully executing that when they call for help, they have a different number they're going to call for help. When the providers call, they're going to be going to ABA instead of to MARPI. So they should have better customer service, not only for our employees, but also for the doctors as well. And then, of course, expanding the network too with the United Healthcare Network, especially when employees travel. Again, it's a much wider network, so they have much more variety or choice of physicians as well too.
So I have a question or a comment. So when you went to visit the campuses, did Phil and his group by chance go with them?
Yes, Erica was with me on that day, and also Peter was with me as well too on that day.
Only because they're the experts, right?
Yes.
Insurance. We want to make sure they see you guys. Oh, yeah, for sure. Okay. There you go. Thank you.
So all staff, auxiliary, janitors, custodians, food service.
And on that follow-up, just for the record, I'm not suggesting another workshop. I'm just, having you come over to a meeting.
But you should have less complaints. I think that's gonna be your thermometer. No doubt. in my mind. Next 30 days, next 60 days, you're gonna see they're gonna be able to get online, get the United Health Network, file claims will be paid. It's just a transition we're gonna go through. But overall, we saved 700,000 a year, times 3 years, that's 2.1, and that's not even including the employees that might not be on the plan no more because of attrition, you know what I mean?
A
So
little,
that was just based on the numbers with everyone we had.
I understand that we need to save money 100%, but not at the cost of the employees.
No, I
I'm sorry.
understand that.
I'm sorry. You know, I don't care if we save $2 million, but if we're having these issues, that's not acceptable. It's not. You know, and I'm sorry, that's just the way I feel about it, because, like I said earlier, the employees are very important to this district.
Yes, sir. I agree 100%. Hey, and this is the thing, if you feel like next year, we want to up the benefits a little bit more, and we're willing to spend more on it, then we can negotiate with them and improve the benefits. So it's not like we're stuck in this and we can't make a change. So, you know, like I said, right now, it's just the beginning of, you know, transition of where we were for 18 years, you know, and now we're having to transition into.
I know it's because we were self-funded before, and we're not self-funded anymore. So we need to make the adjustments.
We're gonna make the adjustments. Whatever y'all want, we're here for you all. Y'all let us know. We're here for the employees too, you know. So make sure they call if they need help.
I'm not saying that you aren't, Bill. I'm not saying that you are not for the employees.
Well,
I hope I didn't.
No.
Okay, because I'm just, like I said, concerned about the employees.
I'm gonna say I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with you, trust me.
I know you are.
We want our school to get better, you know? We want to keep our teachers and everything. Y'all are doing great right now.
I may add, first of all, thank you so much for being here, for President and members of the board. And Ms. Hamilton, thank you for letting your voice be heard. We are aware that there has been several issues with health insurance, and we constantly hear the concerns of the employees, which is why I want to reassure the employees that we have not stayed dormant with our, fingers crossed. We have been actively pursuing solutions and having meetings with the insurance people to ensure that we can move forward as quickly as possible. And, continuous roadblocks happen, like the one with the cards, what do you call them, the enrollment cards, the ID cards, and that is corrected as well, but it continues to add to the problem, right? And the frustration that our employees are feeling with the ongoing issues we have had the insurance. So on behalf of the employees, I implore you to give us our top priority so we can get these issues fixed and we can move forward so that, the health insurance is not a roadblock for our employees to continue to provide the support and the instruction and all the things that our students need and as we move forward. Healthy employees, great classrooms. We have to have them. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a fact. She's been proactive in trying to get this, tweaked up, and we appreciate it, Doctor. Thank you. We're on the right key.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Gotcha.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, thank you very much. We now move on to item 6C, hazard presentation and employee compensation, Dr. Peter Pitts and Ms. Erin Bolecki.
Can
Correct.
you hear us, Aaron?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. So I'm going to introduce Erin. So she is with TASB, and I did want to say that this year was a little bit different year. We have worked with TASB in past years, and we've done a maintenance update, basically a maintenance study where we have done a little bit of tweaks. But this year we did. It has been 5 years since our structures were looked at in great detail. So we asked TASB to do a full review to look in depth at every single position in the district. So with that said, let me turn it over to Erin Kolecki with TASB.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pitts.
Hold up just a second, Eric. We're working on getting your presentation up right now.
Oh, I thought I am sharing it on this end. Can you see it? Or I thought I was. Let's see. Ah, there it is. Okay, are you running it, Dr. Pitts, or am I?
She is. If she's sharing.
You are running it on your end.
Okay, perfect. Something changed, but that looks good. Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I wish I could be there in person, but this is second best. I'm glad to hear from you all. So like Dr. Pitts said, we've been doing pay maintenance for you for several years, but this year was different. We did a full pay systems review. That includes deeper analysis of the market, and then also, and more importantly, more structure updates. Typically with maintenance projects, we're just doing minor tweaks to keep your systems healthy. But when we do a full pay systems review, ideally what we want to do is align all of your jobs, much closer and with the market rates. So I'll start with our process. And this part looks pretty similar to what you've seen in the past, but as in previous years, we started with data collection. So your district sent us all of your very detailed employee pay data processes. We also held a kickoff discussion at that time to talk about the project and set our goals. And then from there, we conducted that market pay review. So that involved gathering market data and matching common jobs for you and Kingsville ISD to common jobs in other school districts, and also outside of education in some cases. As you know, you do have jobs within your school systems that exist outside of education. So when that was the case, we also looked at your local industry data as well. And then from there, we built models for improvement. So again, that involved a deeper analysis of your structures, aligning them with the market rates, and then also making recommendations to adjust employee pay as needed. Oh, sorry, y'all, I'm having trouble moving to the next slide. I'm not sure what's happening. There we go. So we're going to talk about some compensation concepts just real briefly, and then we'll dig into the specifics of your project. So we start with pay system objectives. A quality market-based pay system is designed to help you recruit employees to your district, and you can do that through competitive entry rates and also competitive pay for experienced new hires. Your market-based pay system should also help you to retain the quality employees that you currently have. One way to do that is through a general pay increase that advances pay to the market rates and allows you to give those market competitive pay increases. Your pay system should also help you pay for the job value. So we set parameters so that we're preventing underpayment or overpayment for a job. We want to target the value for that job. And then last, and probably most important to the board, is your pay system is designed to help you control your costs. So your salary plan and any increases that you give should be driven by your budget. So this is a sample of what a market-based pay system looks like. We've got a set of pay grades, and they provide a career path for your employees. Each of these pay grades has control points. Those are the minimum, the midpoint, and the maximum rates of pay. And in a market-based system, what we want to see is those midpoints, the lines in the middle of each of the pay grades, aligned with the market values for the jobs within them. And y'all are welcome to stop me at any time and ask questions. So we're going to talk about the specifics of your project for Kingsville ISD next. So we'll start with your market sources. This is largely the same list that we've used for you in years past. It is nice to keep the list consistent. That way we can see how you've progressed over time. A few things to point out about this list. In the teacher column, anywhere that you see that double asterisk, what that is indicating is that particular district did not participate in our salary survey this year, but we were able to gather their teacher schedules to include that in your study. So just as a few examples, you can see right up top, Alice ISD and Aransas Pass ISD, those two did not participate in our survey. Also important to point out, for director level and above, we compared those jobs to statewide data from similarly sized districts. The reason we do that is that allows us to get a more apples to apples comparison as district size changes for those, director level and above positions. The job also changes. So we often, nearly always do that with those high level, executive level positions. We did use, I mentioned earlier, some other local market sources, and those two are listed off to the right. Those sources are Comp Analyst and Pay Factors by PayScale. These are third-party salary surveys that do their own independent surveys, and we're able to access their market data on behalf of our clients. So this is a distribution of your teachers based on experience. So Kingsville ISD does have a variety of experience levels among the teaching staff, as you can see. Your average teaching experience is 13.7 years. I think that's something to celebrate. That is above the state average, which typically sits around 11 years. And the majority, 52% of your teaching staff have 11 or more years of experience. So that's a really nicely experienced teaching staff. And Kingsville ISD hired 8 new teachers for the 25-26 school year, which is about 5% of your teaching staff. Experience of newly hired teachers is also well distributed. This indicates to me that you are successfully recruiting at all levels. However, you can see clearly on the graph, half of your newly hired teachers are new to the profession. And this is a graph that shows how your teacher salaries compare to the market median. So when we survey for teacher salaries, we're surveying in 5-year increments. So you can see at the bottom, year 0, 5, 10, 15, and 20. What you're seeing here, the Kingsville ISD salary at each of these benchmark years is indicated by the orange line. And then the local market median, so that group of districts that we looked at earlier, the middle value for each of these benchmark years is the blue line. So teacher salaries at Kingsville ISD are within 2% of market at all surveyed years. And we'll look at the numbers behind that graph. So again, this shows you each of those key benchmark years and also what your average salary, average teacher salary looks like. So we've got your data for each of these benchmarks. In the top row, the local market median. In the second row, the percent of market. So that's how you compare to market, is that third row. And then the dollar amount difference from market is shown in the final row. So teacher salaries are even with market at year 5, that's where you see the 100%, and just 1% below the market median at both years 0 and 10. But then you fall 2% below market at years 15 and 20. Now your average teacher salary at Kingsville ISD is 1% above the market median average teacher pay. And I would say that's likely due to the retention of experienced staff that you have. We also look at your teacher stipends. So these are teaching area stipends, not extra duty stipends. So you do pay a variety of those teacher stipends, and all of your teacher stipends are either at or above the market median. And of course, we also, oh, my slide doesn't want to advance again. Bear with me. There we go. Sorry about that, y'all. Technology. So your other pay groups. So these are non-teaching pay groups and how your pay compares to the market salaries for these jobs. So I'll point out a few things on this chart. The first column indicates how your employee pay compares to market. So what you are paying on average at Kingsville ISD is indicated in that first column. The second column shows you how your pay grade midpoint compares to market. So these are two different things. We want to look at how your pay compares because that is important to your people, but we also want to look at how your structure compares, how your systems compare to the market, because that is important to align as well. For your non-exempt job groups, which are the last 3 job groups in this list, we also review how your pay grade minimums compare to market, because many times those are entry-level positions. You're advertising those minimum rates of pay, starting rates of pay. So it's important for those to be competitive as well. And then the final column just shows you the number of benchmarks. So big picture here, when we look at each of these pay groups, we've got central administration, that's your director level up and above. Their pay overall as a whole is even with the market median, and pay grade midpoints, again, on average, are about 2% below market. Campus administration, which of course is your principals, assistant principals, their pay is 3% below market, and pay grade midpoints are even with market. Your professional jobs are all of those exempt jobs that don't fall into the other categories, counselors, related services, even jobs in the business office that are individual contributor jobs are included in this group. And their pay is 1% above market overall, and pay grade midpoints are nicely set at 3% above market. The last 3 groups, again, are those non-exempt groups. You can clearly see here, this is the lowest paid as compared to market groups at Kingsville ISD. Instructional support, of course, all your classroom teacher aides. Pay overall is 5% below market. Pay grade midpoints are 1% below, and pay grade minimums are 4% below. Clerical and technical is, of course, all of your administrative assistants, secretaries, and then this also includes some of your non-exempt, more technical jobs. It includes jobs like payroll, accounts payable, technician type jobs. Their pay is 3% below market overall, and pay range midpoints are 6% below, and minimums are 7% below. And then auxiliary is the last group. This is, of course, all of your maintenance, skilled trades, custodial, cafeteria, bus drivers. Their pay is 5% below market overall, but pay grade midpoints are a little more competitive at 3% below market, and minimums are just 1% below market.
Erin, point of clarification, can you go back to that slide for a second?
Of course.
So that second column, would this be a fair statement? That second column is comparing our structures, our mid, and max to market value. So in that column, we would want those to be as close to 100% as possible in the second column. But in the first column, if we had people that had lower experience, we would expect the values to be lower than 100%. If we had people with higher experience, we would expect that to be higher than 100%.
Very common, yes. And yes, we always aim, especially in a full pay review, we're aiming to align your structures so that they are competitive with market, and that drives your employee pay toward the market rate. But that is a very good point, particularly in central administration. Those are single incumbent positions, so their individual experience, skills that they bring are going to impact that market match more significantly than for multi-incumbent positions. And then also, with auxiliary, these are overall numbers. If you have a large group of employees that are less experienced, that are new to their trades, you might see that market value a little bit lower. We do, hope you have a mix of experienced and new folks, and so that, we hope that it evens out and is as close to market as possible. But yes, experience does factor into this data.
Also with that auxiliary, people coming in, the hourly people, does that also mean that we are paying less per hour for starting?
So when we look at that, it's an excellent question, and I'll refer you to the column that says pay grade minimum to market. So if you were, say for example, a top payer, you might see these numbers in the hundreds. You might see 108%. If you were pretty competitive with the market median, we would see, a 100%. That would be right at the market minimum, meaning that you're paying half of the districts in our list are paying more than you and half are paying less than you. You're right in the middle, which is typically a good place to be. Your minimum rates of pay, particularly for clerical and technical, are 7% below. So that's something we've tried to address. But even instructional support being 4% below, that's something else that we work to address in this project to bring those up and make them more competitive. Any other questions? Oh man, and now my screen froze again. There we go. Okay, so we're going to dive into the recommendations, and this will give you kind of a big picture overview of what we've done. So recommendation 1 is to implement the pay structure adjustments to align with the market. I will point out that first bullet, this includes a recommendation to go ahead and freeze your administrative professional structure. That was your request, and we are happy to oblige. For the most part, that structure is relatively competitive. There were a few pay ranges that were below market, but actually I think 7 of the 8 were pretty nicely aligned with market. So that is a part of this recommendation. The next bullet is your clerical, paraprofessional, and auxiliary structures. Those are 2 separate structures. We have recommended improved starting salaries. So right now in your 25-26 plan, your starting rate for classroom aides, that's pay grade 1 of your clerical and paraprofessional schedule, your starting rate of pay is $13.13 per hour. We've recommended to raise that starting rate to $13.75 per hour to get you much closer to that market minimum rate. For custodians, your current starting rate is $12 an hour, and we've recommended to bump that to $13.25 for your custodial staff. So significant improvements to starting salaries. And then, as always, we work to align your midpoints with the market rates. There we go. Okay, recommendation 2, we've given you several models to choose from. It is to adopt a general pay increase to maintain or even improve your market position is the ultimate goal. Keeping your budget in mind, of course. So model 1 is a 1% pay increase for all job groups. It includes a $650 increase for all of your teachers. Model 2 is a 2% general pay increase. That's a $1,250 increase for your teachers. Model 3 is a 3% pay increase, which is a $1,900 increase for your teachers. Now, for your teacher raises, that general pay increase is calculated as a percentage of the market median teacher salary. That allows us to give a market competitive increase that also allows us to give all of your teachers the same dollar amount increase. For your other pay groups, that general pay increase is calculated as a percentage of each employee's pay grade midpoint.
I have a question.
Of course.
These pay increases, the 1%, 2, or 3, are we going to give those percentages for the frozen AP district by our district request? In other words, are we going to go up the current midpoint for those for an increase, or are we saying that we're going to go with the new, max, mid, and minimum?
So I think I'm understanding your question. So in all three of these models, yes, we did calculate the same 1% of midpoint pay increases for your exempt staff as well as your non-exempt staff and your teachers. But because we froze that administrative professional structure, then that calculation is based on the current midpoints, which will also be the future midpoints, if that makes sense.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Great question. Okay, recommendation 3 is to provide adjustments to address market differences and maintain equity between employees. So there are a lot of adjustments here. I think these are important to spend a little bit of time on because it's important for you to understand where we're coming from. So the adjustments, the general pay increase is, you know, a very important piece of this because it's how you're communicating, you know, how you're, you know, rewarding your staff for a year of service. But the adjustments are how we can try to improve it, you know, by spending a little bit of money, make improvements over time. So the first one, we've applied adjustments to your teacher schedule, and that applies to the teachers that currently work for you at years 9 through 24 on all 3 models. Now you'll remember that's where you were lowest to market when we looked at your market comparisons. You dipped further from market at year 10, 15, and 20. So these adjustments are intended to address that and, you know, raise pay up a little bit and make your teacher schedule more competitive next year. There's also one minor adjustment at year 2 in model 1. Sometimes this happens when there's a lower pay increase, we need to add an adjustment so that your schedule doesn't move backwards, if that makes sense. So those are the teacher adjustments, and I think those will have a positive impact if they are affordable for Kingsville ISD. The second adjustment is an increase to 1% above minimum. Now this applies, we check all of your staff as they're placed within the proposed structures. So what we're looking for, sometimes employees, and in fact, this is fairly common this year for you, you have some employees who have been recommended to move into new or new to them positions, so promotions. When we move from one pay grade to another, even if we give a general pay increase, that employee may be below their pay grade minimum. So when that happens, we apply an adjustment that brings them to 1% above that minimum rate of pay. The point is, you know, number one, you don't want to you don't want to have any of your staff paid below their pay grade minimum. That could be, you know, could be considered a discriminatory practice because you set the ranges, so we want to pay them within the ranges. And then the reason that we move them to 1% above and not just straight to the minimum is that way if you hire someone new at the minimum, they'll be making just a little bit less than that person. We've also applied strategic adjustments. This applies to your administrative professional staff, so all of your exempt staff. What these adjustments do is, if after the pay increase and all other adjustments, that employee's pay is still 90% of midpoint or lower, we're just adding an additional 1%. What these are designed to do is, where pay is lowest to market, we're adding a little bit to, you know, push pay, drive pay towards that market rate. Now, placement scale adjustments were used, and these are particularly important for your non-exempt staff, so your clerical, paraprofessional, and auxiliary staff. What these do is align employee pay within the new pay ranges based on their years of experience. So we take the minimum of the new pay grade and the midpoint and divide that by 20, and then spread pay throughout based on experience of your staff. This is an important adjustment when we're raising ranges, because what happens is if you raise ranges but you don't raise pay, especially if there's adjustments to minimum, you could have people compressed at the bottom. And this is also, these adjustments are a lot of what drives the improvements we're making for your clerical, paraprofessional, and auxiliary staff. Now, the upgrade adjustments are really more of a cost estimate. You do have several jobs that have moved, or people that have moved into new jobs that are in higher pay grades. When that's happened, we've given an adjustment that's equal to 3% of midpoint for those individuals. But what we want your administration to do is follow their normal promotional procedures and place that person in the range as they would any promotion. So the 3% is just to give you a cost estimate, really. And then the last one, we added some adjustments to employees who you as a district have decided to add additional days to. There are also some jobs that, Kingsville ISD's administration has been reviewing duty days, which is a great thing to do. But what we want to do is if we have people in jobs that are adding duty days, then we want to add the new daily rate to time multiplied by the additional duty days, so that their daily rate doesn't decrease, that we keep it the same after they receive the pay increase and any adjustments. Any questions on the adjustments? I know that's a lot.
I have a question. This might be not this process, but when, in your experience, other districts, when you have an employee coming to the district in a new position, they're just getting hired, do districts, do they calculate different ways on what that individual is going to make when they come in? Say a brand new AP principal from it's going to be brand new to the district. What is their pay going to be coming in with a district? Do other school districts just some negotiate, or do some have a process in which how to figure a salary for a new employee coming to the district?
Yeah, that's a great question. So first off, this is a local decision how you place people within, new hires within your pay system. We do send at the tail end of a project recommended procedures, and within those procedures there are best practices for placing new hires. But yes, there should be a process.
Okay. If you all had a process that we could follow, because I don't want somebody coming in new that's going to get paid more than someone else that has maybe more years of experience. And I know you need 50 years of experience to come up with a pay. They have more administrative and less teaching. But just to be fair, consistent, to make sure that and I know that's difficult. But if you all have a process, and I don't know if Dr. Martinez and HR and finance would maybe just look at it, to figure.
My guess, and I was not your consultant in years past, but we always provide these procedures, and we also provide a placement worksheet. If I had to guess, you're probably using it, but the good thing about the placement worksheet is step one, it has you enter the new hires information, their experience and all the wonderful things that they bring to the table, but then, and it will calculate a recommended pay based on the pay grade that position is placed in. But then step two of the process is to look at internal equity. So if you're hiring an assistant principal at the elementary school, we want you to look at all of your assistant principals at at other elementary schools and look at what they're paying and what their experience looks like, and use that as a guide for exactly the reason that you mentioned. That is absolutely a best practice.
That's exactly what I was asking for. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
when this information was sent into you for the whole district, was there also job descriptions that went with it? Because a lot of other contracts is any other duties assigned. So because, say, for example, I do 3 things, but, you know, they're showing I'm doing 7. Does that mean I get more money, or is it another duty assigned? Because we've had that here. And I just want, can you clarify that for me?
Sure. So as a part of the process, we do look at your job descriptions for any position that is unique to you. Now, you know, we're going to assume that a teacher in Kingsville is doing pretty similar work to, you know, a teacher in Corpus Christi ISD and across the state. Truly, same thing with assistant principals, principals. There are a lot of jobs that we know are common. They're going to have certain things that are unique to you, but overall, you know, the job of a high school principal should look the same across districts. So, but you know, other duties assigned, you mentioned that's a little trickier, because if that's written on a job description, that doesn't really tell me anything. I don't know what those other duties as assigned are. And, you know, honestly, we see that across districts, across the state. Everybody is doing more with less. That's unfortunately not a unique problem.
I'll give you an example. We have an office with 5 clerks or 4 clerks, and 2 leave, and those assignments are then given to somebody else. Is that justification for giving them more money or bumping them up on a big, or is that a local thing that the superintendent's in charge of?
I'm so sorry. The sound was kind of cutting out, and I didn't hear what the additional duties your clerks are doing. Can you repeat that?
I'm just saying, if somebody leaves and we don't fill that position, and I get half of those duties, do I get more pay, or does it stay as, because we're in a crunch right now. So that's my question. I mean, I know y'all make recommendations, but
I see what you're saying.
We've got people that got a lot of money in the last few years, and big chunks. So I'm wondering, was that recommendations, would that be a Kathy recommendation or a local district thing?
That would be a local decision, yeah.
Without the board's knowledge. Thank you.
Of course.
Ms. Galecki, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So I would imagine a lot of school districts have been calling you, reaching out and telling you how they're hurting, their budgets are hurting, everybody's hurting, right?
Yep.
And I just want your opinion on this. Are there some school districts that you know of that are just standing pat and not doing anything? Not giving, they can't find money to give to increase. Have you come across that?
Absolutely. You know, in a typical year, if we're running, you know, a 2% and a 3% model, that's pretty typical. But this year we're seeing a lot of 1% models. We are also running what we call a 0% model, which is not my favorite. It's probably not your favorite either. But really what it does is it, you know, doesn't give a pay increase to all, and just gives adjustments where, you know, kind of most needed. But oftentimes with those 0% models, we're even freezing structures, so you wouldn't get that, you know, increased minimum rates of pay for your staff. So there wouldn't be any improvements made with that 0% model. But I empathize. I know it is. We are not swimming in money in public education right now, are we?
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, I was just, we do have models here. There is not a 0% model, but I just wanted to know if you had run across that, and you have, so thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah. To follow up, in a normal, typical year, we will, about halfway through, you know, probably February, March, we send out a very brief survey that just says, what is the pay increase that you're planning on giving this year just to get a feel for what is happening across the state. We did not do that this year because everybody is kind of making, late decisions and, hoping they find a bucket of money somewhere. It's not been a real fun year for this kind of work.
Thank you, Ms. Flood.
I've got a question. The page that we're looking at right now with the recommendation 3, there's 6 bullet points. And I listened very carefully and I understand pretty much. But the one that's the fuzziest seems to be the strategic adjustment, maybe the placement scale adjustments. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but when we flip the page to the cost models and we start looking at the adjustments there that have dollar values assigned to them, those all come from this recommendation 3. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. When we get down, I mean, teachers pretty clear. How much of those adjustments for non-teachers, for all of that weren't non-teachers, were in that kind of fuzzy strategic adjustment?
So sure. So on the and I realize so we give you all this information on the previous slide about the adjustments, and then we lump it all together in one bucket here. It's simply to make it easier to digest, but that's a very good question. So when you're looking at this cost model 1, so this is the 1% general pay increase model. We divide it by pay group so you can see what each group is getting in a general pay increase and what each group is getting in adjustments as an overall number. So the strategic adjustments, that's the one you asked about, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when we look at model 1, so that's the administrative professional pay group. So it's just that row. It'll be a portion of that almost $74,000, and it is $4,309 of that is the strategic adjustments. So those are just checking to see if people are at least 90% of their midpoint. It impacts 5 staff, giving them an additional 1%.
Okay, so in that specific example, in the administrative professional, that 74,000, 4,300 of it was from bullet point number 3. Where was the majority of the rest of it from?
Sure, very good question. So most of it is the position upgrade cost estimate adjustments. So those are, you have, and there are 17 employees that most of them are because they have moved into a different job. So I was an instructional coach, but next year I'm promoted and I'm going to be an assistant principal, those types of things. So they're moving into a job that is in a higher pay grade. That is equal to $42,616. So that is about half, more than half of that is because you have reorganized and some of your people have been promoted.
Okay, and if we go to the very bottom row, the auxiliary, that 110, what's making up the lion's share of that?
Sure. So those are 2 things that really go hand in hand. It's the adjustments to minimum. So you'll remember that we raised your custodial pay from, it was $12 an hour, and I think the new proposed minimum is $13.25. So that is a significant change, and one that I understood that you as a board are wanting to do to improve pay for your really lowest paid staff. So that cost has there are adjustments to 1% above the pay range minimum. that impacts 32 employees for $36,000. And then those placement scale adjustments, which remember that spreading pay from the minimum to the midpoint based on the experience that people hold, and that's $74,000. So those two together, it's a big chunk of money. I will share it. I know it looks jarring here in the cost model 1. If you're able to afford, and I know that's a big if, but when we move to the other models, you'll see those adjustments start to creep kind of down because we're giving more on the front end, and so it's less on the adjustments end because we're giving more for the general pay increase. So model 3, and I don't know how I haven't seen a lot of model 3s this year, but in model 3 you can see that the general pay increase is actually higher than those adjustments for auxiliary.
Thank you.
Sure, great question. Should we do a quick overview of the cost models? And I know you've seen these before, so I don't want to waste your time boring you talking through them, but do you have any questions about the cost models?
One thing I would like to add is that this cost is not the total cost for the district, because this is doesn't include the benefits. So there is another slide that we'll put up in just a minute, because when you increase salaries, there's a lot of things that are percentages. For instance, TRS, retirement, workers' comp, and so on, they are a percentage of salary. So as we increase these salaries right here, the benefits increase also. So we have another slide that we'll put up that will show the cost for each cost model that include the benefits as well.
Isn't the TRS taken out of the salary? The percentage? What is it right now? The TRS,
7.8,
isn't that taken from the?
but there's the employer, there's the employer portion that the district is responsible for, the TRS care.
Oh.
So that varies based on salary, and
It
it
does.
can go from lowest to what's lowest to highest.
It's a percentage.
Percentage.
Yes, just like workers' compensation. Any other questions for Ms. Kalecki? And I've asked her to stay on as we go into the next item for the pay structures, the pay plans. But could we please put up the slide that also has the benefits as well too?
That's the last slide, right?
Yes,
So we're now moving on to item 6D.
not quite yet.
Okay. Because I think there's a bond number.
No, go up to employee compensation. Same one we were in. Right. Now pull up the one that says, the second one that says cost with the first one, right after archives, right here, yes. So here you see the total cost for each model with benefits. If we adopted a 1%, it would be $697,590 in addition in salaries than what we had this current year. And then you see, oh yes, I'm sorry, in number 2, that
Something's wrong.
yes, something is wrong in number 2 there. That should be $993,000. Well, let's see. Something's wrong with that formula. 913,230. The 9 and 1, it was a typo. The 9 and 1 are reversed. So it should be 913,230, which is an increase of 215,000 from 1% to 2%. And you see the increase from 2% to 3% is $232,000. Total cost for 3% with benefits would be $1,145,000 and change. Any questions on this slide?
a theoretical question. This may be for Ms. Blake. If over the years we have moved and adjusted to midpoint, how do we get off? And where, you know, honestly, the percentages aren't as jarring as the adjustments this year. And I suppose if we don't do adjustments, then you just get further and further away from mid or being in the range of where you'd want to be.
Aaron, you want to start with this?
Sure, I'll take a stab. So, you know, each year you're in, again, I haven't worked on your project in previous years, but you know, you give a pay increase, but other organizations are also giving pay increases. So it's a dance, if you will, of, you know, staying ahead. Our maintenance projects are designed to tweak your structures, but they are not designed to move your structures to, you know, market competitiveness every year. It's not a deep dive. But you know, really, it depends on your budget and what you're able to do, and you know, we work within that budget.
So this is really just a once every 5 years or whatever.
Yes, it's a 5-year project, yes.
I get you. So in the grand scheme of things, I guess a 5-year period, maybe it's not.
Any other questions before we move to the next item?
So now we move on to item 6B, 2627 proposed employee pay plan.
Yes, and again, I have Aaron still here that can chime in as well, please, if you have something to add. Can we please pull up let's pull up number 1. So what you see here are 3 proposed pay plans for teachers, and these kind of correspond to the 1%, 2%, and 3% for the pay plans. So usually if you're going to, although you do not have to, usually let's say that you're increasing your other employees by 1%, you would increase the teacher pay structures by 1% as well. So this shows what it would be for 1%, and then there's also one in there for 2% and one in there for 3%. And again, those correspond to what you're doing to the other positions. So if you are increasing pay structures for your other employees by 1%, you would recommend the same thing for teachers. Again, although you can do something different if you want to, but we have all 3 models in there for teachers.
Question. This is dealing with salaries. And this would be before or after that adjustment column.
So, well, let me let Aaron take a stab at this first. I know what you're talking about, but Aaron, you want to talk about this?
Absolutely. So first of all, I can't see your screen, so I'm kind of guessing at it, but if Peter is showing.
We're on the teacher salary plan development model 1. That's what we're on right now, the pay schedule for teachers recommended for 1%.
So starting salary is $52,800.
Yes.
Okay, and is
Yeah.
year 25, 71, 440?
Scroll down, please.
Yes, you said 71,440?
Yes.
Okay, then yes, the answer is this model does include both the general pay increase and the adjustments that we talked about. Those adjustments are at years 9 through 24, and also for this model only at year 2.
This is kind of confusing.
For the teacher pay scale, teachers are paid based on a flat schedule for years of experience. So both the GPI, the general pay increase, and the adjustments are all built into the schedule so that we know that every teacher with 20 years of experience is being paid at the exact same rate.
You calculated the step that they did for you.
Yes, that's built into this new pay schedule. And this, so there's one for 1%, there's one for 2%, and there's one for 3%, depending on what the board decides. You will see exactly what teachers will be paid year by year and how it was calculated to and how it compares to last year's salary for that year. Any other questions on these? Okay, can we move to document number 5, please? So documents 2, 3, and 4, those were our structures last year in case you want to refer to it. We included it in your packet, but 5, 6, and 7 are the structures that administration is proposing for this next year coming up, 2026 to 2027. So let's start with the administrative professional. You see the key up top.
Dr. Pitts,
Yes,
before you start,
Yeah.
just one question.
absolutely.
So what we're looking at are recommendations from TASB based on market value.
Are you talking about for,
What we're gonna look at right now, the play plans of them, where these individuals are located.
so where they're located, it was a collaboration of administration with the district with consultation with TASB. So we didn't have to stay put exactly with what TASB recommended because we tried to look at our job descriptions, what we had our employees doing for those positions, but we did do it in consultation with TASB.
Because you should be more familiar with our employees, with the
Yes.
pay rate and so forth.
Yes. So on this scale, the green are new positions that we did not have last year. So you see those, the district librarian, and there's several others on here. I won't go through them all, but the green are the new positions.
What page is this on?
I'm sorry, we are on page number 52. So the other pages, the previous pages are what our pay structures were last year, so you can refer to them if needed. But what we are proposing is starting on page 52. So 52, the green are the new positions and the blue are any positions that are revised. And they were revised either with the pay grade that you see in the very first column, or they were revised with the number of days or both. Those are blue. Blue for revisions of current positions and green for new positions. So, and it continues on to the back as well too, although there are no changes on the back side of it. I'll take any questions that you have on this schedule.
I have questions on days.
Yes.
How is that decision made on which positions need to, because I saw some of these positions lose days, which means the employee's gonna lose salary. Okay, so how was that figured? Was it based on a job description or how did you figure that this position needs to work only 215 instead of 227?
So it was a collaboration with the leadership team. We did look at the job descriptions. We looked at what we expect of those positions coming up in the year 26, 27, and what we needed to move the district forward as far as academically. But Dr. Martinez, did you want to add anything to that?
Just to to the public. Confirm what you were saying. We went over all the positions and we looked at, are they needed like 227 days? Do they have, are they directly connecting their position to the service that is being provided? If it's a student-connected position, for example, once the students are gone, how many days, give or take, before or after the students are gone, does that person have meaningful work to do? And so we look at all of those considerations as a team, and that's where the adjustments that we made.
Well, I'm just gonna give you my feeling on that, and I understand what you're saying, Dr. Martinez, but I really feel that that just needed to be left alone as far as the days for each employee. That's just my opinion. But I understand where you're coming from. What actual work do they do? Do they need to be here, another additional 5 days, 10 days? But, that's just my opinion.
Especially when it's affecting an employee, substantially.
And also,
And if we're getting days that's kind of clear across the board, everybody's starting from the top.
because we have summer school going on, I don't know what attendance is like right now, summer school. I know we need a lot of kids in there, our attendance, credit recovery, tutoring for STAR. Who's husband out there to get them in? Because we have an attendance compliance officer. Three? Okay.
We have two, I'm sorry, that number in front is what the pay grade was last year.
Okay.
So that's not the number of employees, that's what the pay grade was last year.
So it's a pay grade too now.
So why did it move a pay grade? What was the reasoning behind that?
It was comparing it to the other positions in that pay grade. For instance, we're looking at pay grade 3 that you have counselors that have certifications, assistant principals, district librarians that have different certifications, and that particular position doesn't require a certain certification.
But they do have certs.
No, our decision is that requires it.
So who, can somebody tell me who's going out there to find these kids? Because every day they miss, that's 3 or 4 days, that's 3 or 4 days.
During summer school?
Yes.
So summer school rules are a little different than the general school. During summer school, there's a standing rule, you miss 2 days and you're being dropped, because there's only 16 days currently. So it's different. So we're calling my first day of school, we call for kids who didn't show up. Second day, we call for kids who didn't show up. So that was today. And so tomorrow, if kids don't show up, they're automatically dropped. So there's not the pressing need to.
So we're not gonna go to get them, we'll just drop them,
So
and there's no second or third chance.
for summer school, you only have 16 days.
Right, yeah, I understand that, but what we're saying is, are we gonna stick to that? Or are we gonna say, well, we were on vacation, this came in, just got the letter.
We notified,
2 days is 2 days.
we notified all of the students that needed to go to summer school prior to the end of the school year. And counselors would have been meeting with students throughout the year to notify them, hey, your grades are notified, so you may end up at summer school if you don't pick it up. So it wasn't a surprise to students for the most part.
So we're kind of giving up on after 2 days.
No, ma'am, we're not giving up on it, but if you miss more than 2 days of the 16-day time, if you think of it this way, we had 180 days of instruction to begin with, and now they're in summer school because they didn't get it. So with only 16 days, we can't cover the entire 180 days, so we're very impacted to the amount of time we have. And so to miss any time there becomes critical.
So any of these kids that at the high school, for example, that were taking half credit courses, and they're off to the full in spring, or we're gonna now offer because of this 16-day rule, and half credit in the fall and the spring, so they can retake it because they're not showing up. Is that gonna be, I don't know what.
Yes, sir. So
here's the way it kind of generally works when you talk about school. So when you get to the secondary level, and particularly when you speak about high school, for example, if it's a half credit, then it's a semester. If it's a full credit, it's a year. Those go continuously. So let's say, for example, US government, it's a half credit. So it's taught first semester and second semester. So there's gonna be two different kids, right? So there'll be kid A and then they'll swap with typically that's civics, right? So if you only failed one half of it, you would have the opportunity to come back and take it beyond the other semester.
And just find another tax credit elective to cover.
Well, yes, but if it's a specific course, that course will come back around again and you'll have an opportunity to take it again. So, yes.
So they pass government first semester.
And they fail civics.
So they civics, but what's the credit?
So to your point, then we would then pair them up with some other half credit elective. Yes, sir.
Dr. Welch, I have a question for you. The 2 days that, the student is absent 2 days, is that board policy or is it TEA policy or where did we get that?
So it's pretty standard, it's actually pretty standard across the United States, because even as a principal in California, we did the same thing, as a summer school principal in Copperas Cove and Killeen, Texas, in Bell Valley. It's just kind of standard practice because of the condensed amount of time that's allowed. And actually, other places I've been where we want actually go to summer school for 2 months from beginning to end, it was still only 2 days. Yeah, I came here, it was kind of a surprise to go from, that short period of time in summer school.
Any other questions on the?
Actually, I had one, maybe I missed it when I stepped out, but when there was this, I guess, a recommendation for cutting days for certain staff members. Did we put that into numbers? Like what kind of cost savings would the district have if you, like, are we saving millions? Is this?
No, you're not saving millions. So on average, you're talking for professional employees, they're making somewhere with around, let's say, $400 a day. So let's say that 10 days is worth approximately $4,000. That's just kind of an average estimate or something so that you can see it as a gauge.
And how many approximate employees were we proposing cutting?
Cutting days?
Yeah. Like a number of employees.
How to go just one? Second day? Then you don't have the high school principal on here unless you fixed it.
I'm sorry, it's a high school principals at the very top of the second page. Look on the second page, the very, very top. It kind of continues with that A grade 7 right there.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So what is the cost savings with these new pay scales? Not by job description, but total cost savings for the whole district?
So with the new pay scales, it depends on if the board adopts an adjustment at all. Aaron, I don't know if you can weigh in at all on this, but
Sure.
The new pay scales were considered in the cost models that you did, but can you add a little more detail on that?
I definitely can. So, and remind me, Dr. Pitts, I think the only jobs that you recommended to reduce days were on the administrative professional structure. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so there are 7 individuals that have reduced days related to their job, and the total cost savings is $22,189. That is on the 1% model, I'll add.
Thank you, Aaron.
Of course.
So again, just as when we get into the meeting and we're making recommendations, the board again has their prerogative to, that's something that you don't have to take the administration's recommendation for decreasing days. You can move forward without that recommendation as well. Any other questions on the administrative professional pay scale before we move on to the next one? So let's bring up number 6. I'm sorry, go back to the pay plans and let's bring up number 6. So very few recommendations on the clerical pay plan, but I do want to recommend that the min, mid, and max went up significantly on this to adjust to market values for this. So even though you didn't see much recommendations in movement as far as where they are within the structures moved up significantly for clerical for the min, mid, and max to adjust that to market value. On the administrative professional, we at this revision left them the same as what they were last year at the board's recommendation. So we did not increase that, but we increased the whole models for the clerical and also for the auxiliary. So you'll see the min, and max are increased on every single one of these pay grades here. The only ones we're recommending in lieu of revising are those current ones you see in pay grade 4. And also in pay grade 6 as well too. Looking at standardizing all campus secretaries in the same pay grade, and looking at standardizing all district secretaries in the same pay grade as well, trying to just get that standardized. Any questions on clerical? Yes, sir.
On the pay grade 5,
Yes.
we have secretary 2. Which individuals are those? Are those the ones here at admin or?
Yes. They are basically director secretaries. They are district level secretaries. So pay grade 5 are the campus level secretaries. Pay grade 6 are the district level secretaries. And then secretary 3 is the superintendent board secretary. So we're looking at clear distinctions in levels there with elementary aligning all those together, aligning all the district together, and then the superintendent board secretary set.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Pitts?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to move backwards, but if we could go back to page 52.
Absolutely.
I want to make sure I understand. Green are new positions,
Yes, sir. Green are new positions.
so we are adding 6 new administrative positions, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Although there were some positions that we do not have anymore. For instance, we don't have the instructional teacher coaches.
Yes, or as you recall, I presented to you, I want to say in February, March, the positions that were collapsed from some areas to make way for some other areas. For example, librarian was one of the positions that came as a result of eliminating the 4 library aides. So that became a librarian. So most of this position, with the exception of the Director of Instruction, Grant and Innovation, which is grant funded as a result of all the grants that we received to be able to manage those grants. All of the other positions were from collapsed positions in different areas. So they look like new positions, but they're just, yeah, you have approved those, yes.
So, right. So, well, and the other thing was with also K-cost as well. We reorganized that, so there was a savings in K-cost. But also again, like the library aides, we don't have any more of them right now. And there's a net savings by just getting 1 district librarian to service the district.
So as far as the libraries on the other campuses besides, is this library going to be at the high school
No, it's district-wide.
district-wide? So
Yes.
they'll probably work out here and go to campuses.
They will be assigned, based on a rotation
Okay.
schedule to support all the campuses. and be responsible for all the campuses. So they'll have, like in the morning, they might be at Harvey, in the afternoon, they might be at Grayburg, and so on and so forth. Yes.
Thank you.
Could we please bring up the next? I'm sorry, go back, yes, go to, yes, that one right there. So very few recommendations, as you see in the auxiliary. The groundskeeper was recommended to be moved up by TASB, and that's one that the district agreed. We moved up the assistant plumber and the lead plumber because those were way below market value, and we're struggling to keep those positions when they could go into the community. So again, both of those we recommended moving up to market value, and then aligning all the cafeteria managers on the same pay grade and all the custodial leads on the same pay grade. You see in pay grade 5 right there. So those are the recommended revisions right there. But again, I also want to point out that the structures were dramatically increased for all auxiliary pay grades to make them align to market value and to make sure that the minimums were as close to market value as well too. So we did that on both the clerical and the auxiliary, moved those up, left the administrative professional pay grades exactly the same. Any questions on this? Okay, I think we're ready for the next item, stipends.
So now we're on item 6E, 26-27 academic and athletic stipend.
I'll check on
Yes, sir.
Could be them.
Can we pull up the academic stipends, the last one there? So this new one has 2 revisions from what you had in your packet. One is the band director had recommending keeping that stipend at 1 to match the athletic director stipend. And then number 2, you see in green, there's another stipend for, if you look at special education, behavioral assessment, that stipend is recommended because we are paying lots of money for contracted services for evaluations for students. We have one of our employees on staff that can be doing some of those behavioral assessments, save the district well over those $3,000. That stipend is then aligned again with the diagnostician stipend, since similar type of stipend where they're both doing testing of students. So this you looked at before at last meeting. I want to remind you of the green are new added stipends. The red are stipends that were removed, and the blue are stipends that were revised. You've seen this before, so I'm not going to go through all of these. I'll answer any questions that you have on this. Just academic first.
So you said a diagnostician stipends were removed?
No, the diagnostician stipends are not removed. They are here. They are $3,000. What I'm saying is the new green one, the special education behavioral assessment stipend, that $3,000, that was aligned with the diagnostician stipend at the same amount. They're providing a similar service where they are testing students right there. So that was the reason for the amount of that stipend. And again, it can save the district quite a bit of money if they are doing the FBAs, the functional behavioral assessments, instead of contracting those out.
I have a question. And when we added the stipends in that department, diagnosis, that was a one-time thing when we approved it. So we're gonna continue with that. That was, what, 4 years ago? We were having trouble finding diacs. And it was gonna be a one-time thing. So, so they're.
Yes, sir. So we don't have to keep approving these stipends every single year. You're right. At that point, the reason for adding the diagnostician stipend is we had 3 vacancies for diagnosticians at that time, and we added that stipend for that. Now, again, normally for positions that they have a job, a duty, and Aaron, if you're still there, you can weigh in. Normally for stipends that are actually part of the job duty, they don't recommend, that's not their recommendation to add a stipend. It's to make sure that the salary for their current position is aligned at market value. Do you want to chime in, Aaron, on that?
She disconnected.
Oh, she disconnected. Okay. Oh, I guess she's not still on. Oh, yeah.
So we could have kept that for the year that we had talked about, but then it probably should have been added into their salary the next year.
Well, it doesn't necessarily need to be added into their salary. What needs to be made sure is that their salary is at market value. If their salary is already at market value, we wouldn't recommend adding $3,000 more into their market value if they're already at market value. So it would be a recommendation to look at their current salary, see if their salary is already at market value, and then if it's not needed anymore because you don't need to attract new personnel for vacancies, then removing it at that time. So that's something that the board can look at any year, and none of these salaries need to be continued into, because stipends are not guaranteed to the employee.
And I'm just saying, it's been what, 3 or 4 years since we've done it. So they're used to that.
Yes, so that's the issue right now.
Hard to.
Right, because if we took that away, then they would not, they would receive $3,000 less of pay.
And it's good and bad.
Yes.
If it would have been done right the first time, and not with this super, because she's not here, I think we wouldn't be having these questions right now.
Dr. Pitt, so it looks like we're saving roughly $22,000, right?
Correct, from the ones that are being removed and then the ones that are being added and revised, that's correct.
And the biggest one that I can see here is from the car allowances. That's where our biggest savings, the tier 1, 2, and tier 3, correct?
Well, also, I would point your attention to all the red ones that are being removed as well too. So like for Abbott, saving $1,200, the department heads, the lead stipends, because now the leading is done by the department, by the director. And now the leading for the department and grade level leads is done by the administrative team. And then of course you see the instructional coaches, and now UIL coordinators, instead of having a UIL coordinator at every single campus, there's going to be one district level UIL coordinator. You see that one in green that is going to lead all of the campuses instead of each campus having their own UIL coordinator. The number of UIL events and students in them has gone down as the number of students has gone down, and it is possible for one individual to manage district-wide the UIL and have some net savings there. Any other questions on the academic stipends? Okay, could we pull up the athletic stipends, please? There were no revisions from what's in your packet on the athletic stipends. So the ones in green are new stipends. This was done in consultation with the leadership team and with the new athletic director. The ones in blue are revised stipends, and the one in red is a removed stipend. So I do want to point out that it looks like there wasn't that much of a decrease here, but part of the issue is that cheerleading and drill team were moved from the academic stipend sheet to the athletic stipend sheet, because we feel like that they're more closely aligned with athletics and academics. So really, when you're looking at that, we added those stipends onto this sheet. If they weren't moved from academics to athletics, you would have seen a bigger decrease in athletics right now, because again, the cheerleading and drill team were moved from the academic page to the athletic page.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Academic coordinator on the very top. What's the responsibilities of that individual?
Dr. Welch, would you like to address
That's
this?
for the athletes, I guess? Keeping an eye on the athletes academically? Under the sports?
Yes, sir. So in consultation with Coach Graham, it is someone who will work with all of the athletic, everyone who falls underneath the athletic umbrella to monitor students and ensure that they're maintaining GPAs, doing tutoring sessions for those who need tutoring, and just being an extra.
My second question, who would that be? Would he appoint somebody?
Yes,
Another
sir.
coach?
He would appoint someone to do that.
Aren't the head coaches of their sports, don't they, hopefully they do that already?
I do believe that they would still be responsible for doing that, but he's presented us a plan that he would have someone supervising them.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just wondering, especially, the situation that we're in as far as the testing. Another football head coach stipend of $10,500. Is that a normal practice in other districts to have an additional stipend for an AD that's coaching the head coach? I know we did this last year.
But I thought that was.
So I can explain that. So what we did was, as you may recall, and if you look at your salary schedules, and Dr. Pitts, correct me if I'm wrong, but the athletic director was at the pay grade 8, I believe.
It used to be in a pay grade 7, and we moved it down to a pay grade 6.
Right. And so because the athletic director was making the same amount of money as the high school principal, for example, right? And so in order to bring it to equity, so to speak, right? And match it with the rest of the directors, for example, we downgraded it to that level, but then the salary was gonna be, it was gonna take a dip. And because it's an additional function that they're doing, right? Just like the other coaches, they get paid as teachers and then they get paid that. It's just.
No, that makes sense.
We wanted to equalize it as much as possible. Well, we did downgrade the pay,
Okay.
one level.
And my last thing, and I brought this up last year, but it just stayed the same. Under football, varsity special teams coordinator, $8,000. Do we need a special teams coordinator at a high school level? The reason I'm looking at you, Sarah, because you used to coach. And if you don't want to answer it, that's fine. But I wish the AD would have been here to address that, because he was part of this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Special teams, I coach. And, not at the varsity level, but I still, we had coaches take care of that, additional to what they were doing. But, to me, and that's $8,000, that's almost as much as, I can see defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator. Definitely. But that's real close to what they're getting. And the special teams, I don't know.
Do you want my? I can say this, sir, that as a former 6A football coach, I did have an offensive, defensive, and a special teams coordinator. And part of that was we have a day out of the 5 days that we practice, because we practice, actually practice 6 days, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. The only day we didn't practice was Friday. That we actually, not only during each practice, had a special teams section. We actually, like on Thursday, the entire day was special teams. So, I mean, it kind of could vary. You find another coach who tells you just the opposite. So, you know, as a coach, it depends on what the coach wants to do.
Philosophy, correct.
Yes, sir.
You know, the only thing is that company is the 8,000 is a lot. It really is. But that's just my.
And if I may say, part of Coach Grimes' strategy is to be able to bring coaches in. And so based on what he explained to us, one of the things that coaches always look for is titles, right? That they were the offensive coordinator, or they were special teams, so things of that nature, because that helps their career in the future. And so bringing that.
They keep the title.
Yeah.
Just my concern is the
Yeah, I have
amount.
that battle behind.
So that specialty, the amount of it. Yeah, I can see we need it, but $28,000 and it's, the other two, defensive and offensive, those are very important. And I don't have any kind of problem with those, and they're getting 92. They get 1,000 more than special team coordinator.
Did we have the special teams last year? It's so over the stipend.
Same
What is
thing.
it, 8,000?
Can I point out that really we're not looking at $8,000, we're looking at $1,000, and here's the reason why. Because if you look at varsity assistant, the varsity assistant's already at $7,000. So all we're talking about is one of those varsity assistants is absorbing the title and the extra duties for the special teams coach. So otherwise, if we didn't have a special teams coach, we would have one more varsity assistant, then we would be paying $7,000 anyway. So really,
Hold on, Peter, so I can understand you correctly. So you're telling me now that varsity assistant is gonna also be the special teams coordinator?
no, what I'm telling
I
you is,
understand what you're saying.
what I'm saying is that if we didn't have a special teams coordinator, we would have one additional varsity assistant. That person, instead of being the special teams coordinator, would go back to being just a varsity assistant. So they would be getting the $7,000 stipend instead of the
That to me is, you're not comparing apples to oranges, you're just giving it a different title by what you're saying. That's all that is. To me, that's all that is. But that's, that's fine. It just, to me, the $8,000 is a lot in where, we're in a deficit, but we're trying to save any little penny here, penny there.
But I'm looking at the strength and conditioning coordinator, it went from 3,250 to 7,000. So we're saving over here 22,000. So we're taking out of that 22,000 and coming up with 3,000 something here. So it seems like our little savings that we're having cutting days and things like that. So this pile of money is starting to window into the stipends. So we're not saving anything if that's where we're going to do it. Strength and coordinate, I mean, like Jake Bettis said, you have head coaches in each position. And if they're going to be a head coach, then they're going to be in charge of their kids, whether it's track, basketball, volleyball, all that good stuff like that. That's what athletics is for. I'm just saying, we're not saving anything doing it that way. It looks good over here, but in the end, it's back to what it was.
So I guess, what I'm used to is you had like the defensive coordinator that was in charge of strength and conditioning, right? So I guess the question is this strength and conditioning coordinator an additional staff member? Like that's all they do on the field? Or are they another coach, like a coordinator, but then they have that duty as well?
Is it year-round?
Yeah, so what you find now in a lot of schools that you go around, they are hiring someone who's a strength and conditioning coordinator. They may have other duties in additional coaching and whatnot, but typically they're finding ones who actually have experience and sometimes even certifications in strength and conditioning. So it's been a big push. I guess the best analogy I can use is build bigger, better, faster. So, yeah.
Things are changing now, and I don't know that anyone can answer this. But when you start
add film coordinator and go through football head coach, how many different people are involved there? In football, what's the staff? What's the total number of coaches? Because some of them are double dipping. So how many people are we talking?
I can answer that question. So let's go through it. Let's start with middle school. So middle school, you see that there are 6 stipends dedicated in middle school. Junior varsity, one of those could be, like, for instance, the equipment coordinator or the film coordinator, that could be a similar person that is one of the other ones, but distinct ones that we have are 6 stipends at the middle school. For junior varsity, we have 3 stipends at junior varsity level. And then for high school, it is a combination of, you see that there are, you have varsity, there are 6 varsity assistants, plus the special teams, defensive and offensive, and head coach. So that's 6 plus those 4 individual ones. There are 10 individual ones that are varsity. So 10 varsity.
Okay,
Then
of
3.
of those 10 varsity, none of them are 3 of the junior varsity.
Right, none of them are 3 of the junior varsity.
All right, so we're up to 13.
And then plus middle school is 6. So 13 for high school, 6 for middle school for football coaches.
More likely that on the sidelines, we're not gonna see 18 or 20 people, but we're gonna see, what'd you say, 13?
Well, the middle school coaches are always on the sideline as well too, helping out for the games.
You know, that just seems.
What I propose is let us, take this back to Coach Graham. We have another board meeting in about 2 weeks, and we can come back with a revised proposal. And then, you can give us guidance on that.
You know, during the interview process, Coach Graham did mention, especially with his academic, and I know we might not have a problem. He did mention that part of his belief was to make sure these kids are active. Okay, so, we knew something about that already, so. We voted him in for that, so I think we need to look at it carefully and see that we were aware of that. Just to put that out there, it's not like he's catching us by surprise.
Yeah, and just, Dr. Rowe, just like you, I didn't go to the high school for 5 years. And the AD we had in charge there had his head coaches in charge of academics. So that was a weekly thing. That was not, they were fully 100% in charge without any extra money. And he ran a darn good program out there. And I'll say his name, Teddy Carrier. So the thing about it is, that was part of the directive. Yes, if there's 10 kids, 10 athletes, they break up football into their different coaches, and they'd be walking around those sheets. And there was a lot of butt kicking going on, kids that were making it by head coaches and assistant coaches. So, but if we said academic coordinator, I mean, what can we say?
From my understanding, sir, is that still, just what you explained will still happen. As I spoke to him, my understanding was the academic coordinator will oversee that process, so they'll be centralized to know what's going on across the board. But they will also be in charge of making sure that they get SAT, ACT, everything else focused around the entire athletic program. That was my understanding, the additional duties that would be assigned beyond just the day-to-day monitoring.
So he's gonna divvy up with these people that be in charge of, he's gonna oversee. And then you're gonna people going and check.
That's my understanding, sir, yes, okay.
Dr. Welch, does this seem pretty standard to you, all these positions? Before maybe?
So all the positions, it is pretty standard. The giving titles is also done a lot because as Dr. Martinez referenced, as a young coach trying to move up, just like in any position, a title helps you move up because it shows authority and responsibility. How we choose to compensate that, it varies because again, if you go to various schools, you're going to see different models. So I can't tell you that there's one size that fits all.
Any other questions regarding academic and athletic stipends from the board? Okay, hearing none, we move on to item 6E, TASB Energy Cooperative Fuel.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. So we've been talking about this for a couple of board meetings already, and the time has finally come. So the timeline is short because everything is very volatile right now with of course oil. But right now we are able to lock in rates. But what TASB is proposing this time, normally it's a year rate. We do not know what's going to happen. So they're proposing 4 months because it could be that after that time that rates start to go lower. And we're able to lock in a lower rate. So we're not proposing a full year at this time because of the volatility of the markets. But right now, in the meeting, you're going to be voting on whether we can enter this agreement with TASB. So right now, if we entered right now, indicative pricing is if we did it today. But obviously, they're not going to do it till June the 11th. But if we did it today, it would be $278 for unleaded, and it would be $350 for diesel. And if you look at the pumps, $278 for unleaded is quite a bargain right now. So we definitely would like to lock that in. Now, maximum full price is $315 unleaded and $385 per gallon. That means that on June the 11th, if the price goes above those amounts, we will not be bound to an agreement at all. They will not have a pull if those prices go above that by June the 11th. But we have to get our orders in. So what we will do as an administration is calculate the number of gallons of unleaded we will use during that time and the number of gallons of diesel that we use during that time. And we will enter a commitment. And so with your approval tonight, you will delegate to the superintendent and her administration the ability, the superintendent will sign the agreement and we will present to the superintendent the number of gallons we need of each so that we can get that agreement to submit it before the June 11th deadline so we can lock in those rates. I'll take any questions you guys have.
Was this part of the study?
No. TASB has so many different organizations or parts to them. So this is not part of the salary or anything with them. This is completely different branch.
We participated in this for quite some time.
Almost every year we have done this because we pay so much less. When they buy fuel in a pool of all the different school districts, they're able to lock in such better rates.
Any other questions from the board?
I don't think we've done it every year. At least it hasn't come, I remember it probably 4 years ago, maybe. That was the last time that I remember, but have we gone out to go look for other vendors out there, Dr. Pitts?
Well, TASB does the competitive bidding for us. So they look at the different vendors and they try to get the best rate that they're possibly going to get. But when you're part of a co-op with all the other school districts, you're going to get a much better rate than if we went out individually and we just said, like in a normal year, we might use 18,000 gallons of diesel and 19,000 gallons of unleaded. If we just went out on our own for that amount, there's no way that we're going to get any type of rate that's going to be competitive when we're part of a pool that is getting all these school districts together.
I guess because what we're used to with transportation, the gentleman that we use send us a every morning, at 6 o'clock every morning, he'll send me this is what our gallon is gonna be. So,
What your rate is gonna be?
yes, but it's going per gallon.
Oh, I see.
And so that's why we locked in. I mean, are we only gonna be locked in for
4 months. 4 months from
Okay.
September to December.
That's it.
And then after that, then we'll bring something back to the board if we decide to do something.
I think we need, since we have a really close time frame that we need to act on that, I think, yeah, that. But I do think we need to come back and look at that. For the future, because it's a lot cheaper.
Any other questions? So before we move into the meeting, we're gonna take a 7-minute or 5-minute break.
7 or 5 or
Number 7, Kingsville ISD Board of Trustees will conduct a special meeting. We'll begin with item 7A, communication, superintendent's update, Dr. Luz Martinez.
Good evening, board president and board members. Just a quick announcement that our summer school is ongoing and we have about 216 students attending the middle and high school, 124 for middle school and 75 for the high school. 17 of them are doing the bridge program, and then we have 65 students at the elementary level, which is being held at Gillette since we are moving campuses this year. Everything is going well. They are looking into the attendance, as Dr. Welch mentioned, and teachers are helping the students fill the gap and recover credits and get additional tutoring and support so that the ones that need to retake EOC in June, at the end of June, have the opportunity to get a refresher for that.
Okay, now I'm on to item 7B, discussion of possible action regarding the interlocal agreement between Kingsville ISD and the city of Kingsville regarding payment services.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz, Dr. Martinez, members of the board. So we're recommending two things. One, that the board delegates to the superintendent the ability to sign that interlocal agreement. You see the interlocal agreement there, and there's a spot for board signature, but at the same time, we are asking the board to approve the funds for the bids for 1, 2, and 3. If the board approved the funds for 1, 2, and 3, that would be $340,000. That would be within the $400,000 that the board has allocated it this year, and we might be able to look at bids 4, 5, and 6 at another time in another budget year. I'll take any questions that you have.
Actually, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
So we're entering this interlocal agreement with us and the city of Kingsville. And I get it. When I read the interlocal agreement, all I hear, it's about materials and the procurement of, materials because, they have better rates or because they're a larger entity. But does that mean we're also inheriting only that one bid from that one company? I guess in regards to those supplies, like I don't understand why that was the only.
So what happened was when the city of Kingsville went out for bids, they received bids for material from companies and they received bids for labor from all different companies. So they already did the competitive bidding. They already got the best rates from all the different vendors already. So we, as another governmental entity, are able to take advantage of their competitive bidding because they already did that. So not only are we taking advantage of the volume because again, when they put in their bids, they bid knowing that they're going to be doing a lot of work, but at the same time, they already got bids from many different vendors, and this is the best rates that they were given.
Okay, so then there's no further discussion. Do I hear a motion to accept administration's recommendation to enter into the interlocal agreement between Kingsville ISD and the city of Kingsville? Motion made by Brian Stegall. Second made by Martin Chapa.
To clarify, we're gonna authorize the superintendent to sign the local agreement. My motion covers bid 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. So we have a first by Brian Kupal, second by Martin Chapa. By roll call vote, Joe Mireles.
Yes.
Brian Kupal.
Yes.
Martin Chapa.
Yes.
David Garcia.
Yes.
Jacob Perez.
Yes.
Delma Salinas.
Yes.
And Joseph Ruiz, yes. Motion carries 7-0. We now move on to item 7C, discussion and possible action regarding the 2026-2027 employee compensation. Dr. Pitts.
Yes, let me pull up again the amounts that it would cost the district for, excuse me, for the 1, 2, and 3. Go to employee compensation and then go to the first one. So what we're asking in this item is for the board to make a recommendation on whether they want to approve a 0%, a 1%, 2%, or 3% increase for employees for this next year. I'll take any questions that you might have.
So this is just the salary increases. This is not like
The
raises or raise or whatever, or this is.
This is the raise. This is the raise, yes.
So we can do the 0%, is that what
Well, you could do a 0%, you could do a 1%, a 2%, a 3%.
But if we did the 0, that doesn't mean this affects the leveling,
No.
correct? It's only that we would do no raises.
So 0 would be the percentage raise that you have. The board could also recommend adjustments be done, even if they're to go ahead and get we're not talking the administrative professional, but we're talking the clerical and the auxiliary, that the adjustments could be done to get them to market value, even if you didn't approve an increase for anybody, you could still approve the adjustments because the general pay increase could be separate than the adjustments. Any other clarification?
But that would be part of the.
Now, yes, so the amounts right here, that are included right there, those are included with the general pay increase and the adjustments. If the board went across the board and decided to approve a 1% general pay increase for all employees, those adjustments and the benefits, everything is included in there. That would cost $697,590 for a general increase across pay grade 1 with all the adjustments to make sure that market value is for the clerical and the auxiliary
So
positions
that's
as well.
aside from the pay plans.
That's aside from the pay plans,
In
yes.
addition to that.
Yes, this is just the increase right now for this item right here,
So
just
say we don't give any raises, then it would be $600,000.
well, we wouldn't save any money, it just wouldn't increase
Well,
from next year, but I see what you're talking about.
These do include freezing the professional, the aid administrators.
These include freezing.
But they're
Freezing the pay structures, right. So in other words, you could give a 1% increase across the board, and those employees would still see an increase for the administrative professionals, just a 1%. But then all of the clerical, paraprofessional, and auxiliary paraprofessional, auxiliary positions, in addition to that 1% increase, would see all those adjustments that you saw to the market structures and all those additional, like $110,000 extra just for auxiliary alone to increase those positions up to market value. So this includes all of that in those yellow figures that you see right there. Again, just for clarification, the 2% is $913,230.
It's a new hires.
What's your?
I think that's good. It doesn't say down here.
My recommendation will be 1%, to be conservative this year, let us get back on track with our finances. I think, given the fact that we froze the professional administrators level, but increased the auxiliary where we were not at market value, I think it will be fair to do 1%.
Okay, so do we have a motion to accept administration's recommendation for a 1% pay increase for the 2026, 2027 employee compensation? So motion made by Jake Perez,
I'll second.
second by Delma Salinas.
I'd just like to say one thing before we go. Is that this has been an extremely difficult year. And we've got another extremely difficult year coming. So for the employees here, employees perhaps listening somewhere else, I think every one of us wishes we could do
A lot more.
Hope our employees understand how valuable they are to us as a district. And I just really
At least we're going up. Maybe so.
Thank you. So, my roll call vote, Joe Mireles.
Yes.
Ryan Coonball.
Yes.
Martin Chapa.
Yes.
David Garcia.
Yes.
Jacob Perez.
Yes.
Delma Salinas.
Yes.
And Joseph Ruiz, yes. Motion carries 7-0. We now move on to item 7D, discussion and possible action regarding pay plan, Dr. Booth.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. You have heard the administration's presentation during the workshop. I'll take any questions that you have.
Yeah, I mean, please forgive my ignorance, but in my understanding, since we approved the employee compensation, it included all the leveling recommendations. Why are we approving now? pay plan?
So the pay plans, what we're looking at right here are the revisions to the pay plans, the ones in blue and the ones in green. Again, if the board desires any type of revision or something to that, the board could say that right now, because again, we want to make sure that you're comfortable with these pay plans as well too.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a recommendation to table this discussion and we move it to closed session. Because I know there's still a lot of questions that the board has regarding different aspects, so we'll come back to this. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so now we move on to item 7E, discussion and possible action regarding the 26-27 academic and athletic stipends. Dr.
Yes, sir. And Dr. Martinez had already made the recommendation that we're going to bring back the athletic next week with some input from our new athletic director. Do you have any questions on any of the academic stipends?
So is there a motion to accept the academic stipends for 26-27? Motion made by Delma Salinas. Second by Jake Perez. By roll call vote, Joe Mireles.
Yes.
Brian Coopal.
Yes.
Martin Chapa.
Yes.
David Garcia.
Yes.
Jake Perez.
Yes.
Delma Salinas.
Yes.
And Joseph Reese, yes. Motion carries 7-0. We now move on to item 7E, discussion and possible action regarding the TASB Energy Cooperative Fuel Pool. Dr. Pitt.
Thank you. You heard the presentation during the workshop. We asked that the school district, that the board give the superintendent and team the authority to submit a required commitment form before June 11th to enter the fuel pool from September 2026 to December 2026.
Is there a motion to accept administration's recommendation?
So,
Motion made by David Garcia, second by Brian Coopal. By roll call vote, Joe Mireles.
Yes.
Brian Coopal.
Yes.
Martin Chapa.
Yes.
David Garcia.
Yes.
Jacob Perez.
Yes.
Delma Salinas.
Yes.
And Joseph Reese, yes. Motion carries 7-0. We now move on to item 7G, discussion possible action regarding the 26-27 innovative courses. Dr. Welch.
Thank you, Board President Ruiz, Dr. Martinez, and board members and community. Yeah, the 2026-2027 innovative courses give you background information. The two new innovative courses have been included in the board book for your review as per board policy EHBJ legal. Innovative courses allow districts to offer state-approved and innovative courses to enable students to master knowledge and skills, competence and competencies not included in the essential knowledge and skills of the required curriculum. The State Board of Education may approve discipline-based courses in the foundational enrichment curriculum and courses that do not fall within any of the subject areas listed in the foundation and enrichment curriculum. When the applying school district or organization demonstrates that the proposed course is academically rigorous and addresses documented student needs, we would like the approval of the following innovative courses for 2026-2027 school year. N1270153 General Employment Skills. This course provides students with knowledge of the prerequisite skills for general employment, as well as the means of obtaining those skills. Employability skills include fundamentals of maintenance of personal appearance and grooming. The course also includes the knowledge, skills, and attitudes that allow employees to get along with their coworkers, make important work-related decisions, and become strong members of the work team. Discover job possibilities that link skills, abilities, interests, values, needs, and work enrichment preferences is part of the process of obtaining employability skills, and ability is experiential knowledge that takes place over time. The next course is N1270153, as well, Student to Industry Connection. The Student to Industry Connection course provides students with the opportunity to develop professional relationships, experienced individuals within the student's chosen program of study to demonstrate necessary skills for an online virtual workplace. Students will learn acceptable virtual etiquette and professionalism for teleworking environment. The central focus of this course is to prepare students to be 21st century career ready through interaction within a seasoned workplace mentor. The course may also include work-based learning opportunities. Instruction will support students with marketable skills attainment. The course is recommended for students 16 years of age and older.
Are these CTE courses?
Yes, sir. They're CTE courses.
And the first one going to be entry level, the junior high or middle school? Is that going to be across the board? Yes, ma'am.
One, two, three. Two fingers.
Okay, the general employability skills, we're gonna use that with our 7th grade labs. And that way it will still generate 1.28 funding for the district. We're also gonna use it for at the high school level for our special ed students, so we can get them prepared for their employability skills to go into the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a component of it that could be added to every CTE course?
It is added, the soft skills are added in every CTE course, and it's part of the TEKS, and there is a section in each part of it. So this, I'm gonna say 2 years ago, they started adding that section of employability because our kids are leaving high school without soft skills, and our employers are getting more and more frustrated. So in order to make our kids ready for the real world, those skills are being taught in class.
Ms. Wisdom, are we, maybe Dr. Martinez, are we paying for this? Is this gonna be done by our staff?
Yes, this is a course, and we are generating 1.28 per child a day.
1.2.
And that's a percentage rate. We get that in return, and that will pay for the teacher, it pays for whatever extra equipment and stuff they need after the 45% is taken away from the school district. The school district gets 45 and 55 states with CTE.
Ms. Winslow, we've already identified the instructors.
No, those two That position is still open right now. Yeah, we have candidates.
Any more questions from the board?
Sounds good. Opportunity.
Thank you.
Hold on.
You're on.
Dr. Martinez, I was approached today by Solo from Big Brothers Big Sisters. They have you met him this week, Doctor? I've got his card at the office, but he's really got a good program that he's willing to bring into the schools for free. They've got money. That might be something that we can look at. I told that I mentioned to our staff, and hey, we can get anything for free and they can help our kids out. It's supposed to be like a mentoring program. Let's see.
So I speak on that. I'm familiar with it. I did meet with him maybe let's say February timeframe. And so at the base. And so they want to collaborate with us to develop a mentorship program. Like for example, at the middle school, and that was the area that we were targeting at in the high school. And so the director of communications engagement and development will take that lead on that. So we will make that happen for sure. It's a great opportunity for our students. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. So we now move on to, so now that we've had the discussion, is there a motion to accept administration's recommendation regarding the 26-27 innovative courses? Motion made by David Garcia. Second by Delma Salinas. By roll call vote, Joe Mireles.
Yes.
Ryan Kupal.
Yes.
Martin Chapa.
Yes.
David Garcia.
Yes.
Jacob Perez. Yes. Delma Salinas.
Yes.
And Joseph Reese, yes. Motion carries 7-0. We now on to item 7H, discussion and possible action regarding the optional flexible school day program for the 26-27 school year. Dr. Welch.
Again, thank you, Board President Cruz, Dr. Martinez, and board members. Background on this is an optional flexible school day program for the 2026-2027 school year at Ancient Key High School, requesting the Board of Trustees approval of the optional flexible school day program for eligible students. It addresses items addressed are the optional flexible school day program for the 2026 school year. The recommendation is that the administrative recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the optional flexible school day program application for 2026-2027 school year at Ancient King. I'm available for any questions or specific specificities about the program if necessary. You also may know it as CARE, by the way.
Any questions from the board?
Just a comment that as previously discussed, we intend to move the CARE program to the high school in the back buildings, as well as divide DAP. DAP for the high school will be a back room over the back, and then DEAP for the middle school will also be located in one of the back rooms at the middle school. I think in the past they used to be located there, right? So we're going back to that model of separating the middle school, high school students in DAP. As you know, they were at Crayburg, and because we're using that facility, we have had to relocate that. So we have been planning this since early August. So we're ready to move the kids next school year.
So Dr. Welch, this is just for the school year. It's already optional, right? We're just a renewal of?
Yes, sir. It's just a renewal. We're already doing that. They didn't care.
You're welcome. Any more questions? Okay, hearing none. Is there a motion to accept the recommendation regarding the optional flexible school day program for 26-27? So who? Motion made by Jake Perez.
I'll second.
Second by Delma Salinas. By roll call vote, Joe Mireles.
Yes.
Ryan Kukrow.
Yes.
Martin Chapa.
Yes.
David Garcia.
Yes.
Jacob Perez. Yes. Donna Salinas.
Yes.
And Joseph Reese, yes. Motion carries 7-0. The board now will enter into closed session in accordance with Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074 to deliberate and consider the following. Discussion and possible action regarding the pay plans. Also consider and deliberate regarding the resignation of contracted administrators. Consider and deliberate regarding the employment of contracted personnel. And item 8C, consultation with legal counsel regarding legal and personnel matters. No action will be taken, and we will return to open, we'll return to, until we return to open session. We are entering a closed session at 8:35 p.m. We now return to open session, take necessary action on matters which the board may discuss in open session and upon which action may be taken. We are returning to open session at 9:57 p.m. So item 9A, discussion and possible action regarding the resignation of contracted administrator. So just one administrator. Do we have a motion to accept the administration's submission of the resignation of one administrator? Motion made by Joe Mireles,
I'll second.
second by Delma Salinas. By roll call vote, Joe Mireles.
Yes.
Brian Kufal.
Yes.
Martin Chapa.
Yes.
David Garcia.
Yes.
Jacob Perez.
Yes.
Delma Salinas.
Yes.
And Joseph Reed, yes. Motion carries 7-0. We now go to discussion and possible action regarding the pay plan. Mr. Perez, will you make that motion?
Mr. President, I make the motion to approve pay plans so long as no reductions on days on any pay plans are incurred.
So we have a motion made by Jake Perez,
I'll second.
second by David Garcia. By roll call vote, Joe Mireles.
Yes.
Brian Kufal.
Yes.
Martin Chapa.
Yes.
David Garcia. Jacob Perez.
Yes.
Delma Salinas.
Yes.
And Joseph Reed. Motion carries 7-0. And now I'm on to item 9B, discussion and possible action regarding employment of contracted personnel. Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Delma Salinas. Second by Jake Perez. By roll call vote, Joe Mireles.
Yes.
Brian Kufal.
Yes.
Martin Chapa.
Yes.
David Garcia.
Yes.
Jacob Perez.
Yes.
Delma Salinas.
Yes.
And Joseph Reed, yes. Motion carries 7-0. There being no legal matters or personnel to discuss, I move on to item number 10, adjourn. There will be no further action. Do I hear a motion to adjourn? We are adjourning the meeting at 10 p.m.